Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another recording of Magic the Gathering Arena. Today is Monday, July 13th. We're starting later than I normally would like. I spent the past couple days obsessing about how to get end-to-end encryption working when sending logs from my server and my router. Both which very custom things, and there's surprisingly, at least on Linux, doesn't seem like there's a super easy automated way of doing that, and it doesn't seem like there's a great system there to encrypt attachments correctly or send with different encryption code for different receivers. But that's not really needed for my server because all it does is email logs to one person, so I can cut out a lot of the middle work there. Let's see. I'm gonna re-roll this white and blue one. Over the weekend, this has probably been the least productive Magic weekend, as it were. I don't think I played at all. Again, obsessing with that and finishing up a Lego set over the weekend, which did basically take the entire weekend. And there's not even a good reason, because it only was like 2,500 or 2,600 pieces. So let's get this pack. We need to make a rare from Ikra, I guess is what we would want to do at this point before we open this pack. And I'm happy to say I did get it to work. But it definitely took like 3 days and had me awake a lot longer than I wanted to be, and so eventually I just fell asleep, and that's why we're streaming now, to make a short story long. You might as well just look at uncommons and see if we have any Ikra uncommons. I don't think we have any uncommons at all. So I think we don't have uncommon protection at all. So let's just, as far as all of this goes, let's just craft one of everything with the uncommon cards, and we'll try to have as much as possible in the standard set. And then commons, I guess they don't really matter at all, so I should probably just craft one of every common too. Let's just work off that mentality to use up the wild cards. You might as well use them or lose them. You don't lose them, thank goodness, but it feels like there should be some kind of reward, even if it's just a kind of pointless achievement system, for getting one of everything in a set, 4 of everything in a set. There should be some more reward than now. You could potentially get gems easier if you opened more packs in that set, which you're kind of not really given a good reason to do that, are you? Once you have 4 of everything in the set, it's still probably not worth the gold. Although I guess there is a scenario where you could just be terrible at drafting, like I tend to be, and because you're terrible at drafting, that is your only way of getting cards. Speaking of that's your only way of getting gems. Speaking of gems, there was a daily deal that was like either 5,000 or 1,000 gold for 400 gems. Even if it was 5,000 gold for 400 gems, that's a pretty good deal. Even if it was 10,000 gold for 400 gems, that's a pretty good deal. So now I'm only 400 gems short of what I need to get the mastery set. Although I still feel like I'm just going to be really, really short in the next expansion. And we're going to have to, like, be careful here. And it kind of sucks because we both need to be careful with gold because I want to get that historic expansion that's undoubtedly at this point I might miss. It's probably going away in like 17 days if I was to guess. Yeah, this historic anthology bundle 3 probably going away in 17 days. So I think what we should do today, while Monday would normally be a draft day, and we do want gems. What do we want more though? Let's see, how much gold would we get? Because if we got a ton of gold for getting this, you get 15,000 gold or 1,500 gold. That is not quite worth it. So yeah, we need gold, but we also need gems. Gems, I guess, are more important. So I could pay 10,000 and I could do this, or I could play 5,000 and I could do this. And I think the quick draft is the better system for me. While it does have fewer opportunities to win big, it's more realistic, I think, to actually win because you're playing against bots. Which I just think the bots are programmed to be stupider. If I could get 4 wins, I'd have enough gems to at least get the mastery pass. It sucks, but I think that's what we've got to do today. Okay, so guess we're playing red, and if we're playing red, are we gonna rare draft, or are we gonna take what we could use? I think what we want to do, 4 more artifacts. I think we want to win. And since I kind of have one of everything, let's actually try and win here. And then we'll start to think about rare drafting after the fact. Alright, we can kind of rare draft, and we may do a red-white deck. Mostly I'm looking at the number of the ratings of the cards that I have, and mostly just trying to get the highest rating cards and good cards instead of just rare cards because they have an abstract rarity to them. Let's see, well, this would be an artifact. See, sacrifice and exile all cards from target player's graveyard. It's not rated as a very good card, but it actually would be something I would need. But the highest rated card is this card, so we'll start with that. creatures. Without flying, can't block this turn. Let's see. Highest rated card would be this one. Have like this is probably the smarter one to do, but let's just try and keep it a little bit more balanced. We already have 4 copies of this. Already have 4 copies of this. Let's see. I have 2 copies of this. I have 4 copies of this. Wow, I am starting to get redundancies. Let's see. I feel like I very possibly missed out on some rare cards there in favor of rare drafting. Not rare drafting, actually. And let's see, we have 4 copies of this. We have only 1 copy of this, 1 copy of this. And it says I have 2 copies of this, which I don't know if I really agree with. I'm gonna go ahead and take this, and I'm gonna go ahead and take this, and they're offering land as the most rare things for me to get. But the lands are kind of special too, so I don't really want to grab that. Though it probably wouldn't hurt to grab it. What else do we not have anything of? I only have 1 copy of this. 2 copies of this. So would be either this one, a dog, this one, destroy a creature or planeswalker for 5, or this one, which is a temple, or it's called Temple Sounds, but it's not marked as a shrine, oddly. Alright, well, I think I'll take that just because. And then we have 2 copies of this. We have this. Or we could get a 3rd copy of this. A 2nd copy of this. Well, the thing is, a lot of these are just common, so it really does, if you're going to rare draft, start to fall under the category of not making any sense at all to even bother to try and collect the commons. You should just get uncommons, rares, and rare wild cards. Even if you're trying to win. Because, like, the faster I fill out the collection of the uncommons, the better, I would assume. I would assume that's how that works. Let's see. And like, this is kind of the problem that you run into, though, is that there's this inconsistency. See, this says Thrill of Possibility. I have 1 copy of this. This said I had 2, so I guess that's staying accurate. There definitely is an inconsistency between whether something is rare and whether something is rare because of it actually being useful versus it being rare because it is just labeled as a rare because they wanted to make it a rare. Um, I'm gonna get some of these double lands while we're at it. Might as well. Okay, now we're back to gold. Which, yeah, I don't think there's anything that can convince me not to take that gold. But then you're down to just a small selection of cards that you can pick from if you're gonna just rare draft. I think I've shifted into rare drafting again. I just can't get away from it by the feels of it. It just seems like that constantly becomes such a potential improvement of your collection that I go blind in my greed as far as actually trying to get gems. We've got some high numbered cards here. But obviously I should be looking at the cards and not just picking things because they are rare. You got all those, we only have 2 of those and 1 of those, so take that. Have all those. I have only 1 copy of this and 3 copies of this, so I'll take that one. I have only 1 copy of this and this. I have 0 copies of this one, which, do I have enough green to actually play red-green? No. So I'll take this, take that. Okay, so how's the balance there? We have 3 blue and 3 green, so we can start by eliminating those as cards because we're not going to play that, obviously. That should, we have 1 green left, and then we have 19 red and 8 black and 10 white, so we need to see if we can find something here that would synergize better. Let's see, we've got this, one of these. I think we would want to get rid of black. I think that's probably the easiest way to do this. So just gonna go red and white. Which, if I do this, then I have to get rid of this one, and this one, and that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. And these are all black and white cards that don't really need to exist. Okay, and then that gets us to just red and white. So what's our strategy? We have a colorless color for 0 that's an artifact. This enchants creatures. This gives them flying. This destroys a tapped creature. This does non-combat damage. This buffs and non-combat damage, which is typical in red. Double the target creature's power. If a source would deal damage to you, prevent it damage and put an incarnation coin of 9. Here's when you lose the game. If you get 9 incarnation coins, that's gonna be a crazy game. That's very late game. This is the one that needs artifact. Let's see. I think we're good. So then it just becomes, we have twice as many red as we do white, so 7 red cards, 5 plains cards. I think that's what we do. And let's just hope we can win here. Took 21 minutes to draft that. Now I said at the end of the last stream on Friday that I was gonna go down a rabbit hole and just see what happened to all the people that worked at G4. I did do that. I will give the Cliff Notes version at this moment, and then if we have time at the end of the stream, I'll give the longer, detailed version. With the exception of some famous people that did some bit roles or walk-on appearances, not actual hosts. As famous athletes, a couple of them hosted American Ninja Warrior, for instance. Will Wheaton was, I believe, on there, and I believe Chris Hardwick at least showed up for a time or two on there. With the exception of that, nobody gained any fame or notoriety really from working at G4 for a long time. It was like 10-year run. Now, in all fairness, compared to Spike TV, I don't think Spike TV even had a single original show, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's not even a person that could legitimately been named as a famous person from that series. There was a couple of people that have died in the course of the time. There was the #MeToo accusations that seem to be proven completely false against Chris Hardwick, although in all fairness, I think Chris Hardwick probably is kind of a workaholic, which does kind of make him act as a jerk sometimes, but also his workaholism to replace his alcoholism did work out fairly well. I think for his career. Oh, interesting. Guess I just couldn't play that. Let's see. Yeah, Chloe Dykstra made some accusations. And I don't even think they're really Me Too accusations, because that wasn't a thing when she made some accusations. But mostly it felt like Chloe Dykstra was a non-famous cosplayer who dated Chris Hardwick. Chris Hardwick used his small amount of connections and success to promote and help her get more footage shot of her, more jobs, effectively, and more fame to a small amount. And when they broke up, she stopped getting that benefit and was upset about it. That's all it really seemed like it boiled down to. And it's definitely not a case where it felt like Chris Hardwick got what got out of it completely blameless. She certainly didn't muddy the water, and if anything, ironically, it didn't hurt either person's career, which is weird. I'd say, yeah, that was fairly weird that it really didn't hurt anybody. If anything, the accusations against Chris Hardwick just caused a couple people who were working on the Talking Dead to leave the show out of a misguided sense of solidarity. But yeah, there are basically nobody's doing anything. Jeff Keighley's definitely truly in bed with the video game industry. Morgan Webb is kind of working at a video game company that hasn't actually put anything out yet, so it's not really much to even say there. Let's see. Is this an instant? I guess maybe we could do this. Wish this had trample. Yeah, but I just lost. Stupid me. I should have not attacked with this one and I would have won. Man, and I'm playing a draft. I should pay more attention to that stuff. Oh, by the way, this avatar was on sale. I think I already mentioned that, but yeah. This avatar is on sale. We are, like, in less than a year, we are going to hit a point where I've just unlocked all the avatars. And as long as you ignore most of the sleeves and let them fall out of the storefront, and you ignore all the avatar pets, and you ignore all the skins, the cosmetic stuff, you can probably have a decent handle on the collection of things that you would want. I have plenty of card backs. I have plenty of avatars. I would like to have them all. I think that they should be available free, frankly. These drafts are weird in the fact that you have considerably less cards and considerably, I guess maybe that is for more of a strategy experience than that they're trying to create compared to the randomness of playing a 60 card deck. But yeah, it does seem like some of the other this is probably not the best move at the moment. Yeah, actually it isn't, because we have those cards with prowess. We just saw that strategy work fairly well. Yeah, it does seem like a couple people that worked at G4 worked at VH1, or no, MTV first, and have more celebrity from what they did there, like producers in the background. and the tech TV people all went to go and do their own thing, mostly working at some point, and then very possibly at some point stopping working for This Week in Tech. Okay, 5/4 dragon needs to start playing. This would make non-creature spells more expensive to play, so I don't want to really do that. Yeah. I would say that the nerd computer podcast talk shows, I've lost interest in them. I used to be very interested in them, but after 5 or 6 years of it just kind of ended up being as much as I could handle, as much as I was interested in. Interesting. I may have to use his mana creation ability as a... This one can block though. It can't attack, but it can block. May have to use his mana creation ability to justify. You get a token for each non-token creature that died this turn. Ooh. Did not realize that was how this is going to play out. Well, this is going to be weird. Let's see. That's 1-3. This is 2-3. This is 2-1. So we'll just play the best cards we can. And if this bot is just not going to play, that's fine. Fine by me. TechRaptor has an article here. Tencent is in exclusive talks to buy the Warframe parent company update. It appears that at this time that a purchase hasn't gone through yet. Trading of stock has been ended, but Tencent has entered a period of exclusive negotiations over the next 3 months with Leiyu, much like the iDream Sky did last year. Okay. Like, I don't care anything about Warframe, so I really can't go any further details on that as far as an opinion. I can certainly spout off the same thing I've said a million times about Tencent potentially not being the company that I want to see in charge or having influence over video game companies because of their obvious connections to the Chinese Communist government. But otherwise, there's very little to say. Gamatsu has an article here. The Persona 4 Golden for PC has topped 500,000 players, so 500,000 less than a month after release, which really goes to show that there was a huge audience that wanted to play the Persona series on PC, or wanted to play a lot of these JRPG weirder. Usually in the past they were PlayStation exclusive games. So what this tells me is that there is definitely a demand out there. Let's see. Do we want to get this on the field? +2, +0. And just go ahead and attack here. And then go ahead and attack here. That was kind of odd the way that sorted, actually. I'm a little surprised that it sorted that way instead of the non-token creatures first. So yeah, that with 500,000 in less than a month, that does open up this door to the idea of potentially having a major increase in the number of games that are going to start, Japanese games in particular, that are going to start looking at the PC as a valid option instead of thinking that there's just no audience there, or just assuming that there's no audience there. On the other hand, it may still be very much a case that the Japanese game developers don't care if there's a worldwide PC gaming audience, because in Japan there's kind of no audience there. So you play this, and then now we're up to 4, and we can do this. Okay, next. Can we play this? Yes. And let's see. I could play this, but I don't want to. If I could get this guy up to 9 and then do this, that would be 10. So if I give him 10, then double his health and attack once with the other card that I don't have yet, there's a lot of room for success there. Moving on, Ubisoft has this article. I think we already kind of covered this, but Ubisoft executives resign amid a sexual misconduct allegations. It seems like several people that may not have even been directly mentioned in previous articles, but were accused of something, have resigned. Sergei Haskoet, Yannis Mollet, and Cecile Cornette each faced different accusations that aligned with their respective positions. Although I don't know how accusations align with their respective positions. So more and more it seems like it's kind of like a madhouse there. And that there is just that stink of an admission, because with so many accusations across the board at so many Ubisoft employees, high-level management, it would be fairly easy for them to circle the wagons and say this is just an attempt by somebody to take down Ubisoft. This is just a Vivendi plot for a hostile takeover in a different form, regardless of the truth of that statement, that would be an easy enough accusation to make. And so that is kind of where I think this would have gone if there wasn't just some kind of obvious truth that's going to come out on some of these accusations. And certainly I am turning over a leaf on this one, because I thought that this whole thing felt very fishy, and there still are a lot of complaints about taking your accusations to Twitter, and it should really be a case of people just refusing to believe people. Not believe all accusations, but instead believe no accusations put on Twitter. That should probably be the way people do things. But it's not the way people are doing things, certainly. So what can I say? But yeah, at this point, with accusations like this, people seem to be the case. Now, there is a story we will get to now where apparently several of the former Ubisoft people have now, several former Ubisoft employees, perhaps not the same Ubisoft managers that have been accused, but they have now started a new company. So it would be almost a genius move to leak out or have some agent work for you to accuse yourself of something. That way you can leave the company and go start a new company. But that would only be to break a contract, and starting a new company would be very hard at that point, or doing any kind of business would be very hard if you've smeared yourself with slanderous lies. In this scenario, they would be slanderous lies. In the real world scenario, it seems like maybe not. A developer named Kitsune Games has parted ways with their writer in Lore Finder due to professional and creative differences, and they've tweeted that out. That's kind of out there to tweet that, really. They're working on a game called Lore Finder, Mid Boss, and Ultra Hat Dimension, or they've worked on those games, all of which I could not, off the top of my head, describe or tell you if I've even seen them. And it is a weird choice. Okay. Now here's your backup. If a source would deal damage to you, prevent that damage and put an incarnation on 9 lives. When there are 9 or more incarnation counters on 9 lives, exile it. When this leaves the battlefield, you lose the game. It's just extremely dangerous to play that. So instead, we'll discard this and try to draw 2 cards. Although I ideally would have not wanted to do that. This. Neither one of these have reach, so we can just continuously attack with these guys. And these guys can't attack, and they don't really even have any cards. I just wish this had trample. That's the only thing. But I guess it doesn't matter. Hey. So it exiled himself to draw a card, which kind of won the game for me. Devolver Digital did their stream and they at the end announced Devolverland Expo, which is a like kind of it's a game based around the last 3 or 4 years of the Devolver Digital joke streams, and it's like a first-person shooter game that's using a lot of assets from the better quality Devolver Digital games and the Devolver Digital games that were just announced, also the real games. So it does put the Devolver streams now from being potentially jokes into actually being just viral marketing for 3 years towards this idea. But I think the game, it's a free-to-play game, so I don't know if there's any microtransactions. We'll see it on Steam and see. And it really is just a walking advertisement for the other games. So, yeah. I still feel like part of the problem with the first Devolver stream is that they, after the actual 1 hour stream they aired, they live streamed a whole bunch of other BS that did not land well as jokes and just went on forever and ever. And I was watching it live, whereas had the just first stream ended and gone to black, I would have had my fill and been happy. But they were doing a bunch of wrestling in monster suits, which did not play well for me. Let's see. Alright, well that sets me nicely for land. Devolver Digital's other games that they publish, the ones they announced, are not super interesting. Shadow Warrior 3 is probably the only one that really catches my interest. And they really are just failing to actually do, I would say, a good job of actually promoting the games in favor of doing performance art, for lack of a better term. And I do enjoy the performance art, but I'm a video game critic, and so I can't really say too much about the performance art than to say it is a fairly funny parody of other presentations, but I would argue it's a fairly funny parody of video game presentations in their height of their pretentiousness that would have been 5 to 10 years ago, not now when the presentations are kind of boring and kind of not that anymore. Let's see. Do we get a free mulligan? No, we don't, but I need to do this. You kind of need to start with enough land to do things. Right. I'm gonna go ahead and play this. But yeah, it's called Devolverland Expo. It's free. It doesn't have any in-app purchases. I'm going to add it to the wish list because it does have some relevancy. You can see people say it's very positive. And yeah, I don't know what more to say here is. If we were to look at Devolver Digital as a publisher, the other games that they've kind of announced are, let's see, upcoming releases are they listed. Karen, which is coming out, and they may have announced a sequel to it. Blightbound, which multiplayer dungeon crawler. Fall Guys, Serious Sam 4. They didn't even talk about that one. Discrim, they didn't talk about this one. Oligi, or Elijah. Eater, I don't think they talked about that one. Weird West, Shadow Warrior 3. Like half of these games that are coming out, I don't think were even actually mentioned or talked about in this presentation. Yeah, this game, Blightbound, is a co-op dungeon crawler. Yeah, I think they did talk about this, but it really does just get back to what I was saying in the fact that the focus is so far away from the actual games at the presentation that it's just kind of a mess. It really is a mess of an experience. Although in all fairness, most games that are getting the hype cycle and getting hyped up also run into the problem of them potentially having nothing to show, or they build hype and then I forget about them. So like ideally I would like to see a flashy presentation announcing a game, getting me hyped about that game, and then in less than 6 months I want that game to be guaranteed to be released so I can actually remember it. Honestly, probably less than 3 months. It would be fairly nice, I think, to say in 3 months, save up your pennies now, there will be a new game, and that would be all I would really need. Although 3 months really doesn't get you to a holiday season, so that it's no surprise that everything is announced at least a year in advance. But there's just so much noise as far as video game announcements, it becomes close to impossible to pull something like that off. Probably should have played that later. This looks like an Attack on Titan reference. Gamatsu has an article here. Elijah changes publisher from Unties to Devolver Digital. Okay, that explains why they didn't talk about it, or why I don't remember it, is because it actually was a game that was being developed and going to be published by a different company. Switching publisher is not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of, I imagine, contract negotiation that has to go on that people wouldn't want to bother spending the effort or the money on, unless it's just a case of the publisher loses complete confidence and interest in a game. Right, this one has haste, so we should attack with this one first. Gamatsu has an article here. Bean's team and Devolver Digital are working on an unannounced new IP. Bean's team is the company that just started and opened up of former Ubisoft people. And we'll talk about that later. There is also a Ubisoft presentation, Way Forward Ubisoft. I don't know if we have much news about it though. Not a lot new announced or talked about. Ubisoft definitely did not talk about any of the accusations, and they just used the lame excuse that it was pre-recorded footage, and thus that's why. Their big reveal at the end was leaked footage of the next Far Cry game, so that didn't work either. So yeah, there was very little to talk about or show, and very little hype. Most noticeably, I would say the Ubisoft presentation has once again forgotten to mention anything about Beyond Good and Evil 2, which is probably in development hell, or not actually in development at all. And they're just talking about like the next Watch Dogs game and the next Assassin's Creed game and just more of the same stuff. And some of the same stuff will be good, but a lot of the same stuff will just be bad. Interesting. Do I want to attack yet? No. I could use this ability, but I need a flying creature first to use this ability to tap another flying creature, basically. Gamatsu says Karen is launching July 23rd, a reverse horror game where you play as the monster. Yeah, Karen. I don't know if it's actually going to be an interesting game or if it's just going to be an interesting like 2 or 3 hours of gameplay in very linear storytelling fashion and that's it. Because I don't know if the movement mechanics and the killing mechanics are going to be understandable and relatable as to people who have played video games all their lives. And you know, I don't know if it's just gonna tell a very linear story. A lot of times when you're playing as a bad guy or playing as the monster, you do get locked into this very linear story because they don't want you to try to play as the good guy as the bad guy because they haven't written that. Gamatsu has an article here talking about the Far Cry 6 trailer leaked. Basically, this guy is the evil president and he's raising up his son to be a presidential dictator. He hands him a live grenade and tells him to hold it and then pulls the pin out of it and then gives this long speech walking him outside to the roof of the presidential area, and he then is, I believe, encouraging his son to throw this live grenade at the should I kill this? Or should I do this? Protect myself? Or go for cheap damage? Attack this one. Then attack this one, and attack this one. Okay, I think that works. And then the trailer kind of ends to see if this kid does decide to throw the grenade. This is like a high resolution face scan of an actual actor. I'd say this kid kinda doesn't match this kid, and it does kind of make it questionable where in the real world, if Far Cry is supposed to be sort of in the real world, is this set some like South African country or South American country maybe? Yeah, probably some fake country, I'd guess. There is something to be said about how Far Cry games have been set in fake countries, and then the last Far Cry was set basically in the middle of America and the United States, whereas it probably would have been better if it was set in a fake country too. This one would get double strike. So if I could do non-combat damage and put this on this, that would be great. Now he's got that card. Okay. Next, I need to attack with this one for sure. I want to attack with this one. I want to save this one. And this one. Although actually we can just attack with that one too. So that's 4. That's 4 counters added to him to start. Let's see. Check out as an article. Fallout 76 ammo converter improvements are coming in the next major pack. Which, who cares? Like, Fallout 76 is particularly one of the best examples of a game series that has gotten way more hype than it deserves and way more coverage than it deserves, considering how it has been completely uninteresting to, I think, pretty much anybody. Oh, darn it. I'm gonna keep that one alive. But whatever. I've just won the game. All I have to do is just attack. Let's see. Next. Attack with everything. We'll do 5 damage unless one blocks. But this will do 6 damage, so I can't attack with that. So we're gonna not attack with this one. And I think what we probably want to do is not attack with this one also. And then that should give another 3. Alright, now we should be able to play this instant. Come on, let me play the instant. It's taking sweet time. Oh, well. So that's 7. See, we have a game on Steam here called A Lot of Universes, which it kind of has an interesting art style to it. I generally might call this like a bad art style, but it seems fairly consistent. The thing that's concerning me though is it looks like it's kind of a visual novel with all the text squeezed right in the middle, and that looks pretty bad, and this thumbnail looks pretty bad. It's free to play, so I guess the price is right, English only. So this feels like this might be just like a indie or student programmer's effort, although putting it on so he taps that creature and taps that creature, Like, we really don't have a lot of games that came out. Alright. So. This. Choose blocker here. Block. Can I play this now? Please let me play this now. Because that would suck. If I had to play the instant first. So 4 plus 3. Resolve. I think we've got it. Think we've got it. This will be interesting to see what happens here. Like, we don't even need the instant spell. This should be at 9 incarnation tokens now, which should exile it, which should lose the game for him. Which definitely goes to show you want to be careful playing that card. You don't want that card on the field early. That animation was messed up slightly. So yeah, 200 gems with only one loss so far. We may go somewhat short today and just end after this draft. TechRaptor has this article called Bullet Points, Batman Arkham Knight's In-Game. This seems to be more of an investigative journalist slash opinion piece. Like, it seems like it's kind of a review of an old game in a lot of ways. Let's go and play this. Put this on the field. It is from a new staff writer I haven't seen before. And maybe the first maybe second female looking, you have to say female looking at this point, characters. Or staff writers at TechRaptor. Next we have a game on Steam here called Eli, E-L-L-I, which is a different Eli, I believe, than the Eli that Devolver Digital is publishing. This looks like this is a 3D platforming puzzle game, and I'm always a sucker for those. It does require a controller. It's $8.09, English and a bunch of other languages. So we put that on the follow list. See. TechRaptor has an article here. New European Union regulation promises to reshape mobile stores. It gives new rights to developers and publishers. Interesting. Although, how many developers and publishers are really in the EU, and how much of this really will be followed by the likes of Apple and Google, or Apple and Google simply choose not to have the same kinds of storefronts. Alright, now we're in a bad position because honestly I need to go to the bathroom and I can't do it with this game going because I'll just lose. So I guess unfortunately I have to take a loss here. Because yeah, I don't see a way I'm not gonna end up running to the toilet in the next 2 or 3 minutes. And I don't see a way of winning in that time. I wish there was a way to pause, but there isn't. Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to try and run. I will be right back, I guess. Well, I lost. And see, that just really goes to show that, like, as a sufferer with IBS, there's no way that a game like this, and frankly, most things in the world, can accommodate for that. Just frequent urgent needs to go to the bathroom. If this timer system in Magic, and in any game really, the timer system frankly gives too much time realistically to people, but for it to be able to help somebody like me, you're talking probably 20 minutes minimum worth of being able to sit at a game, each and every single game, and making absolutely no actions whatsoever. Now, in all fairness, I will argue that since this was bot games against AI, there's no reason to have a timer at all. You should be just given the ability to play at your own pace. But then again, that's not really realistic to the 99.9% of all other kinds of ways to play Magic. And it definitely goes to show that I should never enter any kind of like poker tournament or anything where if you leave the table, you're still losing money. So, extra loss there. Now I have to try to really get lucky to get 2 or 3 more victories. It'd be nice to get the maximum amount of victories and the maximum amount of gems. That'd be very helpful, but it's not realistic that that would happen. Should I mulligan this? I'm gonna keep those. I kind of want those. Let's get rid of that. So yeah, that sucked. I was probably going to win there. There was at least, I won't say I was probably going to win, but there was a decent chance that I was going to win there. And now I have one more victory, one more loss. TechRaptor has this feature article, Why Do We Enjoy Horror Games? It's an interesting question that I don't know if I really understand why average gamers, or generally at least some subgroups of gamers, enjoy horror games. I always feel like I am on the outside looking in from that perspective because I find horror games to not really be scary. I've only found like one game to be actually scary, and a lot of them to be kind of pathetically badly written. I would say the same is true for horror movies and other horror elements. Like, not a lot is scary. I probably just don't relate well enough to them. To the people, the humans in the shows and things like that. Or maybe I just have a lack of imagination. So, like, I like horror games because they tend to be the better games, and that's all it really boils down to, is that a lot of times good first-person shooters, good dumb shooter games are games with zombies in them, and a lot of those games aren't really that horrific. I enjoyed Dead Space and its attempts to be horrific, and I guess I kind of enjoy watching and criticizing how they attempt to be scary without it actually scaring me. And of course, there is always a possibility when somebody says, "Oh, it doesn't really scare me," that they're just lying, and maybe I am lying to myself, but I really don't feel like that. And see, I don't know if that maybe isn't the case for a lot of people who enjoy horror. I definitely know that there is a major group of people that just refuse to engage with any kind of horror, in the same way that there's groups of people that would refuse to engage with any kind of science fiction or fantasy or just anime, because it's animated. Like, there's some major genres that are just like, no, I would never even consider watching that for a lot of people. Like, in the same way a lot of people would refuse to watch like ballet or opera or long period documentaries and Civil War movies or cowboys and Indians movies. There's all kinds of genres out there, but there does seem like there is kind of a high percentage of people that won't do horror and scary games compared to how many horror movies, TV shows, and other forms of media there actually are in existence. So there must be at least a decent rabid fan base of horror games and horror entertainment. Oh, I guess I should mention that I looked at my chat after last stream on Friday, and somebody apparently did say something, and it just didn't load up on my chat comments. So if I overlook somebody, it almost certainly is an accident, unless they're being obnoxious or spamming something, or just posting something that there's nothing to no way to reply to it. Oh, this sucks. Let's go and toss that, I guess. I'm mana screwed here. I'm gonna lose potentially, probably. Yeah, he's got full victory. Okay. Do we want another blocker? I think we do. And this one is hexproof from blue. Interesting. Which the circle, I guess, means hexproof now. And this looks like a new icon compared to, I think it was more of a diamond shape before. There was a protection symbol too. That's like maybe the more hexagonal shape. Gamatsu has an article here. Fault Milestone 1 for the PS4 and Switch. Limited physical print editions. Pre-orders open July 21st. So, more, I believe this is a visual novel games. Getting small limited run prints. Which, at a certain point, limited prints, limited run, which are different. Like limited print, I think, just means it's a limited print, where the other denotation was limited run games, which was a publisher. If I had 2 white, I could play this, and this would be the perfect time to play this. But it's not going to happen, so I'm going to have to defend with this. And I'm going to lose anyways. You take the maximum block here, the maximum block there. And you've got nothing to play because you're mana locked. Or mana screwed. So much for my high hopes on this draft, and so much for even trying to draft at all to win instead of just rare drafting. I could have used 300 compared to 200. I could have used 450 compared to 300. I could have used 600 gems. I could have used 850 gems. I could have used 950 gems. We are paying through the nose with gold and doing the daily quest, which I should have been doing the daily quest over the weekend, obviously. I should have at least re-rolled it. I don't even think I locked in to a re-roll. And here we have some common cards that we probably have like 4 copies of, wild cards, and this. Yeah, there's a question here, I guess. At what point do you get gems? If they can just give you uncommon wild cards in the uncommon or higher slots, at what point does it say we're going to stop giving you uncommon wild cards and instead we're going to give you gems? What is it up to them? Because that might be the case, and if that is the case, then there is definitely more to this than meets the eye. So we got 1 copy of this, 4th copy of this, 4th copy of this, 1 copy of this, 4th copy, 3rd copy, 3rd copy, 2nd copy, 3rd copy, 2nd copy, 1 copy, 3rd copy. This still is a pretty good system at the moment to just fill out your card collection. Of course, where this falls apart is the fact that I haven't really been able to build a deck with these cards that I'm getting, so I'm really dropping the ball as far as deck building. 1st copy of this, that's probably a fairly good one. We're starting to get the land cards. And 4th copy of that, 3rd copies of that, 2nd copy of that, and 2nd copy of that, or 2 copies of that. So, if we have not collected any mythic wild cards, now is the decider. What mythic wild card in Core 2021 or Ikra or any of these do we not have that we might want to actually play with? Because we shouldn't just waste this. So it's just this page. Let's see, Phosphorus Bronze Blood is a 7/6 for 5 mana, but if you have 5 Devotion of 5 red, it works. This creates a 8/8 Kraken. Let's see. Here you have a black and white deck, which I don't think I'd be able to play. This is probably the card you would want. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this one. Just because I don't want to agonize over it. And I think the game just crashed. Interesting. We'll give it a few seconds. Meanwhile, we have a TechRaptor article here. Top executives leave Ubisoft after recent allegations. We already talked about this. Which, okay. That does seem to be a lot of news. It's kind of a shame that they didn't get their stream out in time, but I wouldn't be surprised if these accusations were also scheduled and planned so that they couldn't get their streams out in time, so that there was bad press before there was good press. Although in all fairness, if Ubisoft put out the stream that they did put out, and then a bunch of accusations came out, it would have killed all the enthusiasm for that stream anyways, because it was a pretty bad stream, promising that they will have another stream later on in the year, which is probably going to be pretty bad too. Here we have a game on Steam called Police Chase, which looks like it's just an asset flip racing game. vehicle combat game, I guess would be a better descriptor. Early access for 79 cents, English, Chinese, and Russian. That is the suspect languages. This is not going anywhere, so I'm going to go ahead and close Magic and relaunch it, and it'll probably take 20 times to relaunch it. It is still very consistently having trouble just loading up. Gamatsu has an article. The Idolmaster 15th anniversary party live stream is set for July 26th, which, okay. It's hard to believe that it actually has been 15 years since Idolmaster came out, but maybe the way that works makes a little bit more sense. We need to play white or green now. Just play regular. And let's see, we'll check our green test. And we'll just jump into it. And then we'll think about maybe putting some new green cards in there. The only thing I could think is that Idolmaster must have been like a manga that went for like 5 years before the TV anime first came out, and then it became a somewhat popular hit. I wouldn't call it an amazingly successful hit, but definitely a successful series. I definitely wouldn't put Idolmaster up to the level of things like Digimon or Pokemon, or I probably would describe it as somewhat akin to that age range. Let's see. Reach, mutate. I have like no creature other than this, so I have to put it on the field. This is not how you want to play with that. See, I can't really block these guys because that won't work for me. I don't even know what this would do. It just exiled my own cards from the graveyard, which that wouldn't in any way help anything. Tech Raptor has an article. Microsoft Flight Simulator launches August 18th. There's, I think, probably a little hype there. Let's see. It's a waste of card, but that's about all I can do. Just constantly running into this guy. Can I mutate this onto this? Not at the moment, but I think I can later. Or, like, is mutate an active ability? I kind of wish that you could mutate as an active ability, but I don't think you can. TechRaptor has an exclusive here. History Maker VR is coming to Steam this August. I don't know why you would call this particularly an exclusive, even if it is an exclusive. Like, that kind of feels like access journalism more than anything. Doesn't look particularly interesting, even as a game. So I guess I would have to start thinking about what's the point of exclusives. Let's see. Search your land for basic card. So this one can't mutate. So I could put this under and do nothing for it. So I should probably put this over like this. So that's mutate on to mutate. And play another land. I can exile a card from the graveyard. And can do practically nothing else. Seeing these guys are gonna just do 5 damage pot shots on me, and until I can figure out what I'm gonna do. And now that they're doing life gain pot shots, that they're gonna defeat me for sure. Okay. See. Mutate over. Now, how's this gonna work? This has to block, this has to block, and then these can choose not to block if they want to, one way or the other. But I don't know in that scenario if I would have been able to attack with this and do 7 damage, and I don't know if 7 damage really would have done anything for me. Because at the end of the day, it still seems to be like I'm gonna lose. I want this card. Indulging Patrician. Beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, each opponent loses 3 life. That might be a little bit of a hard card to play, but it does seem like it would be interesting. There we go. We'll go ahead and exile that card. And it would have been better to wait and exile that card also. Yeah, my only hope is to demoralize the people. Okay. I have reach. I don't have anything else. So we might as well just play our guard anyways. We're gonna lose, but that's what we expected was gonna happen anyways. Alright. We need 3 more green or white cards. And then we need 13 more green or white cards. See if we can spend 5 seconds here to find some new core 2021 green cards that might be worth playing. Here we have Portcullis Vines. Sacrifice a defender to draw a card. Some of these decks might actually be better off if you could just play a defender and use it. See, like, this probably isn't a terrible idea. Hexproof and indestructible is probably not a terrible idea. Whenever you cast a spell that's white, blue, black, or red, put a 1/1 counter on this. This is a weird card. There probably should be more cards like this where they get benefits from other colored mana. We should probably get rid of Return to Nature, because that was boring. Whoever blocks a creature with flying gets +2/+0. It's probably not terrible. If it's a creature or land card, draw a card. Like, Track Down would probably be a fairly good card. Play an extra land. Let's see. Cats. Hexproof from black might be useful in general. See, and here I've run into a problem where I don't want to actually read these cards. Like, there's a lot of like wasted energy in looking at the cards, which is why I can't ever build a deck, is because, let's see. It is just like really difficult to pay attention and look at these cards and try and build a deck around it. Maybe I just have a really bad attention span. That might be the case too, but let's see. I think there probably is just a issue in general of I'm not building good decks because in part I'm not building colored decks, which I should probably be building. That might not be as bad of a card as people mark it off as, but probably is. Let's see. This one lets you scry. There is this issue certainly where these cards don't make sense. Alright, well, that bumped it up to 80 cards without me taking any cards out, so that probably just ruined the balance of this deck without me really trying to fix that at all. Gametsu has an article here. Lost Wing launches July 28th for PS4, July 29th for Xbox One, and July 31st for Switch and PC. This looks like a third-person shoot 'em up in 3D. It seems more of a fast-paced shooting, flying game. The problem with a lot of these games, and this feels more arcadey, like, interestingly, this might be the way you would have to do a modern arcade game, come to think of it. Just seeing scores pop up above it and having these different angles. This might be a very interesting idea of a game in that it's doing something different and something new with an old genre, or the old general idea of a score-based arcade game. But also a lot of those neon games are big turnoffs to me, and a lot of the fast-paced flying games are not doable. Yeah, I guess I was trying to make a mutate deck, but I think maybe mutate might be the wrong way to go. And I guess we'll just keep playing creatures until I run out of creatures. Next, we have a game on Steam called WW2 Partisan, so I believe, or Partisan. I think it's Partisan, as in you're playing as the French, but I could be wrong. A trading card game of some sort for $3.74. Let's see if it has any in-app purchases. It does. Okay. So, I don't know. I'll put it on the fall list, but having to pay a base price of even $3.74 and then have in-app purchases that potentially could be buying cards is suspect as something I would be willing to engage with. Alright, now we've got 3. Let's see. What do we want to do here? Let's go ahead and put this on the field. Then no more. YouTube creators 13 hours ago tweeted out that some British creator called Nicole Thea and our unborn son Rain died. Like, I don't know who these are, and honestly, if YouTube creators is gonna go on a kind of depressive note that way, they're going to be opening up the door of putting out their condolences every single day, because there's somebody, I guarantee you, every day that dies that at one point streamed something on YouTube. YouTube's just such a big platform that absolutely has to be the case. Maybe Nicole Thayer is extremely large, but honestly, if this was a tweet saying that PewDiePie had passed away, then even then I'd say this really is just not in the wheelhouse for YouTube creators to tweet about. And it's frankly directly against YouTube's narrative, which they try very hard to push, in the idea that there is this the idea that they try to push that there's effectively no which one do I want to mutate on? Right. I'm gonna mutate on top of this one, or under this one. Place that. And no attack. This one would have been a nice one to cast also. Just creating tons of characters. So what do we want to do? We want to block this? Or do we want to let it just go? Okay. This is an instant. That. I could play one more card. And that's it. So I'm just gonna leave everything else here. But he's gonna just like attack with everything, I would assume, and he's gonna still probably win. Unless he just decides to only attack with a couple things. Which is right, the right move would be to just attack with everything. I wish some of these creatures that make goblins and such I wish some of them would do a little bit better of a job. So let's see, we'll kill this guy. Go ahead and kill this guy. Go ahead and kill this guy. No, kill that one. And that one, and that still leaves 14 to do 1 damage to me. So if I had been able to take this character out, maybe I could have won. There's a Japanese site that's claiming that there was a Nintendo Lego set in development. This I actually don't think this is a Japanese game site. I think this is a Chinese site, but it's a rumor, I would say, at best, because this could be a rip-off Lego company in China. There was at least one that got sued out of existence, and barely were they able to, was Lego even able to win their copyright claims in China, because China wanted to just basically steal the copyright and intellectual property whole cloth. This is an interesting idea, but the scale of this would probably be bigger than it looks on the box by quite a bit. You're not going to be able to build a set like this without getting up to 1,000 pieces minimum. This box art looks pretty bad too. This is not in line with what the color scheme I've seen with Lego, and it is not really in line with the color scheme of what Nintendo would have looked like. Even, I mean, it kind of looks like maybe what the Nintendo box, the NES box, looked like back then, but it doesn't look like what it would look like now. Seems like there'll be a little bit of playability, but probably not a lot. It also, when you look at the back of this, seems like you are going to be effectively building a brick for the TV. Just one giant square block, which would be annoying. And maybe the new Mario thing that Lego is selling, or that we know Lego is selling, interacts with it in some way. And it comes with like a pin, which would be interesting. So this might be in development, or that might just be a made up claim. I am a bit of a sucker for Lego and a bit of a sucker for Nintendo, so it wouldn't kill me generally to buy it if it is available. I probably would get it, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't come out, or if I skipped it. More and more I'm leaning closer towards the idea of skipping a lot of Lego sets, because I just don't have time for them, and I just don't have the energy to put them together. There is kind of a sweet spot, I think, around 2,000 pieces, maybe even approaching 1,500 pieces. And that's about how many pieces I want to put together, and that heavily depends on whether I'm putting together a lot of small 1x1 flat pieces, or whether I'm putting together larger brick pieces. And generally, when you're doing a Creator Expert series, you're doing a lot of small 1x1 pieces, which can be pretty finger blistering. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called The Horrors of Castle Wolheim, which is a text-based game. Can't really even call these visual novels, because that would just be a confusing description and inaccurate. I guess it's not really visual. It's $2.99. We are still seeing these come out occasionally, but nowhere near as often as they used to be. So I would say the text-based games might be the indication of the way a lot of low-effort asset flip games will eventually get to, but it may take a decade or two until we reach that point. As for low-effort asset flip games, I skipped, I think, quite a bit of them, and there really just weren't a lot of games that came out on the weekend anyways, so we really don't have a lot to cover there. Here we have a game called Return to Earth 2130, which looks like a space fly-around shooting game. It probably is an asset flip game. From the looks of it, it seems like you're just running around shooting asteroids. Maybe other ships. I guess there is a possibility in the real world. English not supported, 1999, Chinese only. There is this possibility that in the real world you might have some people that are like space janitor slash military people, and they would just do military exercises, flying around in low Earth orbit shooting decommissioned satellites and trying to destroy as much of their pieces and break them up. Although you'd almost certainly be shooting them with, I would guess, a laser to try and melt them more than anything else. You wouldn't want to break them up, really. If there was some way to pull something to you, which we don't really have any technology, or scientifically speaking, I've yet to see any progress on the idea of a tractor beam. That would be the kind of weapon you would use in space, is to fly around and pull garbage towards you, and they're kind of nothing like that other than like magnetism, and unless you're willing to drop a whole bunch of magnets in a pattern, that's about all you could do. So in actuality, you probably would just be more of a janitor flying around scooping things up with a net more than anything else. Just a space version of a net on a stick. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Light Trail Rush, which seems like this is just a bad name. It would make a lot more sense if it was Light Rail Rush. So is this a Chinese game again? $5.99, English and French, third-party account, third-party EULA. Oh, I don't see any reason to play this game if I have to make a third-party account. Doesn't look terrible by any means, but they've kind of undersold themselves in price and oversold themselves in the fact that you can connect to PlayFab. Maybe you don't have to. I'll put it on the follow list. I'll be generous. But yeah, there definitely are a lot of light rail games, racing games on neon roads out there. Next we have a game on Steam called Fox Hen Bag, which says it's a puzzle game with choices matter. It looks like to me it's an asset flip game with just some ridiculous assets on a floating island. Yeah. This game is free and it's English only. It's being compared to The Witness in Skyrim. I don't know why, but it definitely doesn't look interesting or like it's a game at all. 2 additional lands each turn. This one. Let's see. Can do this, which lets that one attack and no longer be a defender. Next we have a game on Steam called Zombie School Survival, which is a zombie shooter in a school. You run into slightly dangerous territory by having adult zombies running around the school, because then it does kind of look like you halfway started at making a school shooting simulator and thought the better of it. And then if you look at this zombie guy, this guy is like basically naked. They have no clothing on. So you have naked zombie men, alien creatures, running around in a school, and that definitely doesn't help the look of this game. Honestly, I don't know if you add too much to the story of a zombie game being set in a school until you're telling a story kind of like High School of the Dead, and you're fully embracing the kind of stupidity of that. Let's see. This is 1-1. I don't want to attack with that. I will applaud this game though, as far as this skin. It's probably a pre-bought skin, but it is a decently looking concept, at least in the thumbnail, for a zombie. This game itself is $1.79, English only. But when you look at like the fat people versus the skinny person, there's like one way this looks good, and all the other ways it looks fairly bad. And you are running into that problem that constantly happens in video games where there are just no female versions of enemies at all. And how would you have female zombies running around naked when the adult male zombies are running around naked, without making it a straight up mature adults only game? And in zombie games in particular, you run into the problem of the only female zombies you often see. I think Left 4 Dead was kind of good about having just basic generic female zombies, and I think the a couple of other zombie games I've played that I can't remember the names of were fairly good about that too. The Dead Island character game definitely had some female zombies at the beginning of the game, but also they were often running around in bikinis, and they pushed that in their advertising to an extreme. But I would say I think Left 4 Dead probably did it best, as far as games I can think of. Or there is also a possibility that there are games out there there's also possible that there are games out there that do it fairly well, and people just and it just didn't even become a thing. I'm trying to think if the Resident Evil remakes has too many female zombies. There almost certainly were some, but the percentage is really off from 50%. There's kind of no female boss in the original run of Resident Evil games up until like 7. Like, no female that turns into a giant zombie monster that you fight that I can think of. I could be very wrong about that, but I am particularly thinking about Resident Evil 5, I believe. There was a female character there who did not turn into a monster when she totally should have turned into a monster, and she just kind of ran away. Yeah, there's still a very heavy amount of benevolent sexism in video games and in the United States, in the world in general. Although, I guess Last of Us 2 got over that, and that I don't think was one of Last of Us 2's major issues. I don't think anybody was really complaining about that. Anyways, moving on, we have a game on Steam called Being Centered, which looks like a low-effort asset flip attempt at a mental health program. I don't know why you wouldn't make this a cell phone game to start with. and instead put it on Steam. It's free, English only. Although I guess there is an idea that if you could have polished this up a little bit more, it would have had considerably less competition. So, yeah. If you have a creature 4 or more, draw a card. Interesting. I could cycle this and draw a card. I'm not ready to do it yet. Target creature gets +7/+7. We need something with trample before we can do that. See. Next we have a game on Steam that's just a bunch of Asian characters. It says it's a 2D platformer. It, to me, looks like it is a low effort subway system simulator. English not supported for $74.99, Chinese only. So I don't know if this is some kind of educational software or money laundering scheme or what. Darn it. There's nothing I can do to save him. But this definitely does not come anywhere close to looking like a game that's worth $74. $75. Okay. Search your library for 2 basic lands. So to add more lands. So to add a planeswalker. Let's just do a planeswalker. That'll buy us some time. Let's see. We need a trample card. That's what we need. And now if we could mutate onto this trample card, that would be great. But not. We can play this next turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Samurai Aces 3 Sengoku Kanon, which looks like it is a side-scrolling shooter game with a lot of interestingly animated feudal Japanese characters. This is from a publisher called City Connection, which I've never heard of. And it feels like there are several side-scrolling shooter games. Striker 1945 2, I believe, is a game I recognize as an actual shoot 'em up game. So apparently this is a publisher that is putting their old arcade shoot 'em up titles onto Steam. For $9.99, you're not really paying too much. And then you have a Japanese and English interface support. And then the achievements seem to be currency, Japanese currency. I'll put this on the follow list. Although, honestly, if I was going to cover a game like this, it would almost certainly be around the idea of let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and put reach. So that one has reach, this one has trample. We're now good. See, ideally I could play this and this, but I can't. Okay. Well, we'll take another one, give it trample. And we'll put this on that. And I think we're back in business. Yeah, if I was going to do the side-scrolling or shoot-'em-up games, I'd probably want to own just a considerable amount of them and play each one for about an hour and just be done with it. I don't think I'd really try to play all the way to the end. Unless you can just cheat it and have infinite lives and infinite credits, and if you can do that, then I would be fine with going through like a long play. Let's see. This one is working fairly well. Okay. Everything has trample now. So attack, attack, and attack. And we'll see what happens. I mean, I could give this one +4/+4. That one I don't need to give a boost to. That's it? Alright, well. Tech Raptor has an article here. Assassin's Creed Valhalla hits this November. They really are just so far from what Assassin's Creed was, though, with this reboot series, and I've just hit the stumbling block of, do I want to play Assassin's Creed 3 now, since Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered came out, and I would effectively have to re-buy the game. So that has put me in a rough situation where I just don't really know where to go forward with the series. And even if I do go, apparently there's a historic ranked now. Let's try to play some ranked and get some victories there. Let's not forget about the ranked victories. If we can get up to Platinum Tier 1 again this month, that would be great. We can get even higher, or that would be great. Let's see. Far Cry 6 is announced for PS5, Series X, PS4, Xbox One, PC, and Stadia, due out February 18th, 2021. So Komatsu has that announcement. And yeah, here's the image of the person they scanned, a like famous actor person, which we're gonna see more and more of that, and we'll still have to figure out if that's good news or bad news as far as whether they can actually act and do the video game face acting and voice acting better than the previous video game voice actors. I mean, you have to be somewhat honest about it, though. It's not like voice acting in video games 10, 20 years ago, before famous actors started doing it, were always better, or ever better even. There are some iconic voices, like the voice actor for Duke Nukem, for instance. Probably would be real hard to replace him. But if you were to try and replace, like, Nathan Drake's voice actor or Laura Croft's voice actor. There'd be no big deal there. If you replace Mario's voice actor, there'd probably be a big deal about that, because people would just complain about it, at the very least. Let's see. TechRaptor also has Ubisoft's smart delivery support for Xbox Series X has been announced. This was also in their Ubisoft presentation. Pretty much all the announcements, I think, going forward in the news will be somewhat around that idea. Either announcements from the Ubisoft or the Digital Devolver presentation. In a funny way, like, over the weekend was a great time for announcements to happen, and they really just owned the news cycle, and it still didn't really mean anything, because people are just not in the mood to hear about new video games when people don't have jobs, and when they're concerned about what are they going to do with their kids if they have kids, or what are they going to do with themselves if they're all of a sudden surrounded by kids. Like, one of the things that I was jokingly thinking is, if the whole pandemic thing eventually proves out that kids actually don't need to go to public school or school at all, because the school systems are all designed currently to train kids to work at jobs, and in reality those jobs aren't going to exist by the time those kids graduate, and the schools have never really been particularly good at teaching kids anything, and they're mostly just a babysitter system. That is the one thing that will allow everybody in charge to turn a blind eye to the fact that, oh yeah, we could pretty much just say, screw it, kids aren't required by law to go to school anymore. That would be incredibly, incredibly regressive, though, because it is just a high level of naivete to think about what would happen next very quickly, and what happened when kids weren't required to go to school. Like, there's hundreds, if not thousands of years of examples of kids being forced to do heavy, dangerous child labor, either working in factories or working on farms. Even now, there are a lot of exceptions that let parents force their kids to work on their family farms. The school system, as much as it may not be effective in actually educating, and as much as it may just be a babysitting service, it has been very, very effective about removing children from dangerous situations and bad situations, in the forms of child labor and just like bad homes too. Like, the amount of domestic abuse in general has kind of skyrocketed during the pandemic as everybody is more stressed out and more people are stuck at home. If kids by default were spending 24 hours, 7 days a week at a parent's home, there definitely would be a lot more parents that would start getting pushed over the line, or go over the line and getting really abusive and really bad. And even to not take it to that extreme, very few parents or kids want to spend all their time with their at home with their families. If anything, there should be like a day school and a night school, and then you only have to spend 8 hours with your family at most, and most of that could be sleeping. Or I've often thought about, in a post-scarcity society, an idea of just getting rid of the idea of a family unit for the most part in general. You're born, your parents a baby would be born, they'd be handed over to a qualified nursing, like nursery school type group, and they would just be raised by heavily trained people with doctorates in their own little safe environment, kind of like a day school or a preschool, but just forever. And then the parents are just not involved really, because they kind of don't have to be involved. That's just the way society has been so far. And there definitely would be a lot of emotions to giving up your kids to effectively the state. But then if you don't have to raise them, if you don't have to change diapers, if they automatically are given their own safe, child appropriate lodgings, and they're given food, they don't have to ever think about ever having a job or working. They're just there to be educated and raised and become the next generation of citizens that, assuming it's a democracy, would their most major focus would be to vote and to create, if they choose to create, whatever artistic whim they have in a post-scarcity society. That'd be about all there is to do. Or maybe you would become explorers and go the Star Trek route. That there is the implied idea that in the Federation, particularly on Earth, everybody just has everything they want, and they eventually just get bored and decide to challenge themselves by going out to explore and find other societies and learn diplomacy, or they go out and build colonies. But yeah, that is a thought that people should start to think about, what that would look like if an entire generation was raised by the best of the best. If you had basically Einstein teaching and training the next generation instead of some average Joe that barely graduated high school themselves being the person in charge of all the social and emotional development of a child, and handing them over to a school for 8 hours a day to be in charge of all the educational and intellectual development for the most part, or some of the social development certainly is from school too. It really isn't a good system, and as much as people complain about school teachers being pretty pathetic or pretty bad educators, they are miles and miles better than what an average parent is. Like, do any of these have reach? No, so we can start attacking. Let's not. I can't undo it, unfortunately. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Excalibots, which looks like it's a top-down Diablo-esque clone. It's from Digipin, so it's a Steam project for free, English only. So I'll add that to the wish list. Doesn't look terrible for a Steam project. If anything, compared to some of the other Digipin games, it looks a lot more fleshed out and thought through. But on the other hand, I would say it's kind of a generic concept, so it wouldn't be a game that I think would particularly get a lot of funding if you walked into a publisher with that game pitch. You'd have to tie something big to it. You'd have to have some license, or a really well-known famous writer, or something along that lines. Let's see. Protection from multicolored. Well, that means I could kill this. Okay. So if this one wants to fight, is there something we can do? We can do that. Gamatsu has an article here. Hyperscape Open Beta is now available for PC. I don't know what Hyperscape is, though. Which you'd think that the game would have more of an announcement than this. I'm having a hard time figuring out what this game even is. I think it's probably just an Overwatch clone, but it's trying to advertise itself way more. Let's look at this gameplay trailer, see if we can get a general idea. Yeah, it does seem like it is kind of maybe a time traveling 3 versus 3 Overwatch clone. Which a lot of these time traveling effects probably cannot be implemented from your perspective, so I wouldn't be surprised if it looks and feels a lot like a just standard game, and then you see all the other players particularly doing some weird things that you think you're doing but you don't see the effects of. Next we have Brawlhalla is coming to iOS and Android on August 6th. This was a kind of, is it a Smash Brothers clone or is it just 1v1? It seems like it goes like 4v4 Smash Brothers clone. And it definitely doesn't look particularly that interesting or impressive, and none of the characters really look that unique or recognizable, so you're in a weird position with that also. All right. So how much this to draw a card? Activate this. That gives me a 1, 2. And play that. That should bring it back. This guy has 1,025 damage. Does this just double each turn? Yep, it doubles each turn. So it'll be up to a point where you might even break the game. Like, I think I've seen somebody actually break the game when they get over like 65,535 or 525, I can't remember. That's a like 16-bit number. If it has to roll over to a 32-bit number, you're talking, I believe, somewhere around 4 billion at that point number. And doubling, it would be hard to get to that point. But not that hard, particularly if we just let this keep on going. Of course, all I need to do is have enough mana to play Bowl of Citadel and I win, so I should just do that. Gamatsu has an article here. Watchdog Legions launches October 29th for PS4, Xbox One, PC Stadia, and coming soon to PS5 and Xbox Series X. Which, yeah, it kind of goes to show how little enthusiasm there is for Watch Dogs Legion, which is the one set in the UK. It's probably not going to be well received, would be my guess. That's where I would definitely hang my hat as far as an assumption, is that it'll be uninteresting at best. Okay, I'm gonna hit that, and I'm gonna hit that, and that's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let him hit me for 7. I have 4 here and 3 here, which means I need 3 more things. So we gotta roll the dice on Bull Citadel. 1. Oh, that would be 2 actually. Do we have any creatures we can bring back? No. So do we want to possibly do this and then sacrifice this? Nope, we'll just leave everything here and we'll have to go one more time. Yeah, we don't need to talk about the Ubisoft Forward event since that already happened. I have news here from Friday that now is completely irrelevant. VentureBeat has an article. The Myst documentary is seeking $200,000 on Kickstarter. This was tweeted out by Cyan, the creators of Myst. In all fairness, though, I don't think there's a need for yet another documentary talking about the creation of Myst. I don't think there's a lot more to say. If anything, it's just becoming more and more of a growing myth and folklore than the actual an actual documentary. There's been long-running interviews, at least, either by NoClip or one of those other YouTube channels, and there's really not a ton of stuff to talk about. Oh, I guess I should mention in the accountability section, I did play a couple episodes of Valley. Valley is basically Slender to 8 pages without a horror element in it. You're running around entire chapters and segments, and there's a few enemies, but not enough to in any way interest you. The game is obviously not what most people would consider a finished product. It drastically would be better if it did have some enemies in the running around that you could just shoot with a regular gun. But yeah, it doesn't have any of that. Instead, it's just papers and the occasional run and jump. It's mostly platforming, if anything. Okay, well. So what did this guy get up to? 49,900 and 4,907, and none of that in any way would have affected me at all, because I can do all kinds of tricks. I'm just gonna go full force and show off all the tricks on this one. And I won't risk myself losing by playing this. But yeah, we could have definitely done things more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Submit. Good game. and I would have hit him for like 20 more times. And in the game Valley, you're running around a Soma facility, a facility called Soma, S-O-M-A. And ironically, there's a game called Soma, and I guess maybe Soma stands for something, but I have no idea what it would stand for. It doesn't seem like a acronym that an average person would know. So I was thinking it would be funny to just stop playing Valley and then go play the game Soma instead. That would be an interesting idea, certainly. There are a couple of anime series like that. Like Cardcaptor Sakura, for instance, has their movie that's set in between a couple episodes that at the time when the TV show would have been airing in Japan, the movie would have come out in between a break of that. And so you would have gone to the theaters and watched the movie if you were a fan, and you would have had that experience. But nobody else after the fact would have that experience without knowing that and doing the research. But it would be interesting in a video game to say, hey, now is the time to go and play this other game and then come back to this game. But I think Soma, the actual Soma game, is a much better horror game and a much better game in general than what Valley is. So you open yourself up to comparisons that you don't want to be compared to, and that is Valley in a nutshell. The entire game is desperately trying to get itself compared to the original BioShock game, and in every single way it fails and makes a worse game. And yeah, if there were splicers running around, if this game had more funding and there was some enemies to actually kill, splicers actually would work very well in Valley, since you have this life-sucking gun. The one limitation on it, more than anything, is that you have to actually be able to target somebody. So if there's splicers jumping on the ceiling, moving around in the shadows, moving really fast, then even having the ability to suck the life out of a character is not as overpowered as it sounds. Well, regardless, we have a game here called Suna, and it looks like it's probably just a low-effort black background Limbo clone with some platforming and hack and slashing. I don't like this art aesthetic for the type of game play I'm seeing, and I don't like this UA, user interface. $3.59 being compared to Dead Space, English and Spanish, allegedly full audio in both. Meanwhile, Soma here is rated overly positive, and it is like a real horror game with blood and violence and nudity and strong language. Yeah, there is so much better game. So why in the world would you name your facility? And I do own it, so I guess I could go play Soma. That'd be a funny way to jump from Valley to Soma. It's not like Valley is even made by the same company, so it is just name confusion. Let's see. Does Soma mean something? Is it a word that it has meaning? Let's see. See if I can search it. Soma is a women's lingerie bra and panties shop, apparently. It's a sci-fi story. Soma. Let's see. Soma is Greek for body. Okay. So it does mean body. But That's a pretty over my head reference, I guess. I also found out that one of the achievements for Valley is finding just like 8 pages, just like 8 pages that are literally references to Slender Man, the 8 pages, so it becomes a such a challenging achievement, not really worth your time, that I'm going to obviously not waste my time trying to get it or any of the achievements. All the other achievements seem to be mostly story listed, but you can see here Valley is listed as very positive. I'm also an idiot. It's worth pointing out this. I saw a star on one of the first cars when you first start the game, a military car with a star on it. I immediately assumed that this was the USSR and that we were in somewhere the western half of Russia, the eastern half of Europe, somewhere around there. What it didn't occur to me was that during the time, if you look at like a MASH episode, the U.S. military had a white star with a circle around it a lot of times. So I spent at least the first 4 or 5 hours of the game thinking to myself, this must be some kind of like alternate history where either the USSR won and this is all you do in the game, by the way. Like, it's extremely linear running and jumping, and once you get in the summer facility you can't even run, so because then you're in these small facilities, and this is just like really extremely linear things. You can give life to trees and make them grow, and they'll drop acorns, which are collectibles that you can collect. And that's about it. Seems like maybe at some point you get the ability to run over water. Currently, halfway through the game, if you touch water at all, you die immediately. But that is all the game is, like, for the most part. There's one enemy that shows up in very scripted positions, one enemy type that shows up maybe once every 30 minutes or so. In comparison to Soma, though, it's only rated very positively, and I'm a little surprised it's rated even very positively. And if you look at Blue Isle Publishing, they're working on Citadel, and they made Slender the Arrival, which was the sequel to Slender the 8 Pages, which they didn't make, and apparently is not available on Steam, if I was to guess. Let's see if we can find it. 8 Pages. You'd think something called 8 Pages would be listed if it was called that. Yep. Yeah, the only one that's available on Steam is Slender the Arrival, and that's probably because the first Slender Man game was probably a itch.io, and apparently it's from the same creators. They just weren't a corporation before then. And I just don't think the Slender Man concept as a game is interesting, honestly. $9.99. Suppose if somebody gifted me this game, it's on my wish list, I'd cover it, but I would probably have some severely harsh words to say about it as an actual game. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article. Mountaintop Studios has a remote graphics engineer, remote location. I don't know what Mountaintop Studios has done. Now that would be slightly interesting. See if we can find out what they've done. Gamma Sutra has a blog here talking about the Steam Diving Bell from 2019 to remind that they retweeted this to remind us that the Steam Diving Bell exists. I like the Steam diving bell concept. I used it exactly once as an experiment, and then I forgot it existed. As much as those little experiments might be helpful, they don't really integrate into the day-to-day usage of Steam that I do, because the day-to-day usage of Steam is effectively nothing when it comes to actually interacting with the interface. Or the website. I'm only launching games and playing games, and then when there's a sale, I'll look at the sale and I'll check the front page, and that's about it. So unless they're willing to promote some feature onto the front page, the only thing I'm interacting with on Steam is the library, and even their changes to the library weren't particularly intrusive enough or annoying enough to change my experience much. They are different, and it does shove a lot of stuff in your face that I just immediately ignore, but it didn't really ruin much. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has another blog that seems like it's newer. Can you be a full-time solo indie developer? If you don't want money, would be my answer to that. Yeah. But I think the answer probably is yes, you can. Particularly if you're just keeping everything lean and not incurring major expenses. And potentially have a secondary job. Where, like, everybody needs a secondary job. Can I do this? Ooh. Should have played this first. I could have stopped a lot from happening there. Gamma Sutra has another blog here. What did and didn't work for the first year of Valve's Steam Labs experiments, which I guess it has been a full year. There's not really a lot to say there that I'm interested in. Susan Wojcicki, the CEO, unfortunately still of YouTube. They tweeted out, "We're always looking for ways to help our community prioritize well-being. Today we're launching new health information panels to help users who are searching for info about depression and anxiety." Okay. Like, almost all websites are now doing that. And I don't think I've heard anyone actually make an amazingly good argument against it. That it only becomes really ridiculous if all of a sudden, every time somebody say, here's where I think this could be a problem. Like, if every time you watched a video by a known atheist, you got a pop-up for depression, or if every time you watched a video that was promoting like Judaism instead of Christianity, you got a video about depression, you could oddly editorialize in that pop-up and make a kind of bold editorial statement or implication that, oh, if you don't believe in our specific religion, you must be depressed, which is definitely an argument I have heard about from Christians in the United States mostly, is that if you don't believe in Christianity, you must be depressed. There must be something wrong with you mentally. And in all fairness, people that don't believe in Christianity around the world and in the United States often make the exact same claim about people who do believe. So you could have an odd comparison there, or you could go political. If you every time you saw a pro-Trump video on YouTube, it popped up a depression thing. And there is this danger of a system like this expanding and growing. So 5 years down the line, no longer is it just popping up a thing saying, here's the facts about depression. Now it's logging you, and you're getting these hidden strikes, and if you get enough strikes, they send someone to your house to see if you're doing well or not. And we've seen in the United States, particularly, police coming to your house unannounced and unwelcome often ends up with the people at that house getting shot, regardless if they're there for mental health, mental wellness checks or not. That is in part of the argument against for the defund the police concept, is to take some of the funding away from the militarization of the police and instead have more go to like adult and child protective services, and sending out people from those departments to those organizations, those government agencies, to look in and check on people. Like, yeah, I would be fairly terrified if I had heard that like the police went to an elderly person with dementia's house, because there is a high chance that that person would end up not obeying the commands fast enough, and just pissing off the police and getting shot. So yeah, there's a danger there. A story I saw that also was kind of spooky is that some cities in the United States are literally sampling the sewage for COVID-19. And while that might be useful information, it's really a dangerous precedent, because at what point do insurance companies start raising the rates of everybody in the neighborhood because there's too much alcohol in the sewer lines? Or at what point does somebody with evil intent say that the neighborhood with all the poor minorities is overrun with COVID-19 because they oversampled that area, and thus they just build a fence around that neighborhood and say you can't leave, or they send the police in? What happens if the pandemic becomes so deadly and so dangerous that we at some point start entertaining the idea of just straight up euthanizing people? Like, there definitely would be some winners and losers then if they're sampling the sewers of areas. Like, it would be a weird world if all the rich people start installing septic tanks so that they can't be spied on. There definitely should be a law saying, no, you cannot test the areas for infection, or you can't do anything that would be negative around the infection areas that might be infected. There is value in knowing if an area, or knowing if a general area has a high infection rate, but it needs to be anonymized, and it really can't be anonymized unless if you're still labeling it as a certain area. You, at best, yeah, it just is such a dangerous idea. And there definitely has been talks about that, where at some point in the future there might just be smart toilets in people's houses, and to have health insurance coverage at all, you would have to use these smart toilets that would test the amount of alcohol that is in your bloodstream, and it would know who's using the toilet and log all of that, and or it would know if you were doing drugs or marijuana, and that's just like an invasion of privacy that nobody should be willing to go along with, in my book. And we're not anywhere close to that actually happening, but we're getting closer every day. Anyways, that's a weird conversation that I saw. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article. Tim Kisiwa update will come with a price increase. but it won't be too much. I don't even know what Tim Kisawa is. I guess the game is Tim and the update is called Kisawa. Isn't this the multiplayer Pokemon clone? Looks very 3D, but I think it is kind of multiplayer only, which was the problem with it. It looks good, but then I'm not sure if it's actually finished, because it's like an MMO. So yeah, that's why it's not been really in my mind, is because you can't really play it single player, which is really what I'd want to do with any Pokemon game. And I think Pokemon has at least learned that fairly well, that is the venue that most Pokemon fans, I think, want to play with. Let's see. Do I want to draw cards? Probably. Gamma Sutra has an article. Former Ubisoft developers opened a new Canadian studio called Beans Team. This logo looks very bad, and it looks like a kind of copyright infringement of a movie production logo. So this is former Ubisoft developers Gabriela Salvatore and Dean Evans. I don't believe either one of them were accused of anything. Have quietly established a new studio called Beans. So if you're going to put on your tinfoil hat, maybe, just maybe, these people got a lot of other people to Me Too a lot of people at Ubisoft, so that they could then launch their own company and maybe get some coverage from that. Although that still would be basically associating your new company with a old bad company, and I don't know if that's really a smart move. Plus, there's just been enough accusations and enough actions that look like confirmations of accusations to make it seem like, even if this was the case, that it was a planned, scheduled announcement of these Me Too accusations, they seem to still fairly hold weight. Let's see. Yeah. I could get any card I want. But do I want to do that? Or do we want to just leave it as it is until we get some more land? Moving on from the tinfoil hat conspiracies, Salvatore was the Far Cry Primal and Far Cry 5 developers, and also worked on For Honor, The Division, Starlink, in other words. So Starlink was a failure. I think For Honor is a failure. I think The Division was fairly a failure. Far Cry Primal, a success, but maybe not in major reasons because of Salvatore. Evans was the creative director behind the well-received Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon Expander. And they're going to be working with Devolver Digital as a publisher, which seems like that's a decent fit. I think I'll probably have to spend the rest of the day playing off-screen Magic, and probably just run right into doing more Magic for tomorrow's daily quests too. So I'll probably just spend the next 12 hours or so playing Magic. I almost didn't get my daily quest done on Destiny Child, so I'm starting to... That's like the first stumble of losing momentum in the game. But, yeah, I was just obsessed with things. There definitely was a point, and this is the first time in the entire history of my YouTube channel where, as I was so sleepy and about to fall asleep, like 2 minutes before it, I was thinking, maybe I'll just not stream today. Which, you know, it wouldn't be a huge problem if I didn't stream one day. But I would like to stay consistent if I can. I'm also running into a problem where I've dropped the ball completely as far as, let's see, we gotta do this. Uploading videos, so I barely have enough space, I think, to finish Valley, and I need to spend some extra time I need to spend some extra time just trying to upload, I guess, Magic videos. That would probably be our best bet to do, is get the Magic live streams uploaded, get them off my hard drive. Okay. Let's do this. We've got it. Check Raptor has an article here. Team Rocket's Jesse and James arrive in Pokemon Go. We had mentioned this on Friday, but yeah. I'm surprised that they weren't just in the game at some point. They should have shown up in some menu or something, just to be visually there, even if they're not doing anything else. So sacrifice this. Put this on the field. Do this. Play this again. And time for Bola Citadel. And they just lose immediately. Alright, so if we could get a couple of quick disconnects or a couple of victories in any way, we can get up to the next tier, which would be nice. And 10 victories are the minimum I want to get, but honestly I should just go for 15 and try and get all these individual card rewards and try and get as many cards as possible. Next we have a game on Steam called Balaxera Brothers, which looks like it is a Contra clone, which I can't say I immediately hate the idea of a Contra clone. It's $9.89, English full audio. I'll put this on the fall list and we'll see. Now, in all fairness, before playing a Contra clone, I should probably play one of the Contra games that is are available on Steam. I'm fairly certain they're available on Steam. So there is something to that idea. Here, Gamma Sutra has this article. We talked about this. The Unreal Engine devs can now capture facial animation using an iOS app. Remember that the newer iPhones have a special camera that is like projecting infrared dots on your face and scanning your face Or at least they did for a while there. Maybe they got rid of that technology. It looks like this one is actually facing the wrong way for that camera to actually be working. Unless it's in some kind of weird case. This was probably a stock photo. But yeah. An iPhone is not a bad idea for a camera if you're just trying to get a scatter map, is what I think it's called, of someone's face and the lines and textures, to then put that into a 3D model and put textures over it. You're not getting textures, you're getting a scatter map, a polygonal blob of images. It's not a bad idea. It's not a great idea. There's probably better technology if you had an 8K or 16K red camera in front of you and you could project a grid of lasers, beams everywhere. Maybe there's an idea there. Although if you're projecting a grid of laser beams, you might also be blinding everybody in the room, so that would be another thing to be careful of. But it seems like a fairly cheap idea. Yeah, it seems like you probably wouldn't pay more than $200 or $300 for a headset like this, and then the camera itself, the iPhone, if you're getting it subsidized, is fairly cheap. If you're buying it outright, it's still only maybe $1,000 at most. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article, Learn to Dance the Tango in El Tango de la Muerte, which looks like a point-and-click adventure game. Where? Maybe it's a rhythm game. It's an itch.io game, so it isn't going to come to Steam, I bet. Next, we have a game on Steam called Winter's Trumpet, which looks like a pretty ugly animated point-and-click adventure game that might be more of a dialogue-based game than you'd like. It'd be interesting to see this succeed at $1.19, English and Russian. But I bet by the time I do the next follow-up cleanup, this will have absolutely still 0 reviews, because the visuals above all else are the things that are going to kill this. Well, I guess you could kill anything, can't you? You can kill any token, because destroy a target creature with converted mana cost of 2 or less. Tokens have a 0 mana cost. Interesting. It's not something that occurred to me before. Although that is kind of a specific issue. Next, we have a game on Steam called Boss Rush Mythology, which seems like you're either playing as mythological gods, demigods, monsters, or you're fighting against them. But in this trailer, it seems like you're just seeing the monsters. Okay. So it is a fighting game where you fight against all these monsters. There's a thought there. The graphics here don't look great. It's $6. It's English and Russian. I think that price is a little too high. But I'm going to put it on the fall list for a specific reason of I'd like to see this idea, certainly. And there definitely is a concept of a boss rush game where you're fighting mythological creatures that would be very interesting. Although I think you would fairly obviously already have seen something similar to that in the fact of the previous God of War series, the original God of War series. Should have attacked with these too. So, anyways, I went through the GeForce TV listing of famous people on Wikipedia, and honestly, a lot of them don't even really, I think, deserve to have Wikipedia pages. They're so not famous. But I did say I was going to go down that rabbit hole and just talk about what happened to all the people. So I have all these tabs. Let's just really quickly go through this. Ryan Dunn, he died. Let's see what he actually did at G4. Let's see. He co-hosted a show called Proving Grounds with Jessica Chobot, which I don't think I watched Proving Grounds. But in all fairness, I would say G4 at least had a lineup of things, whereas a lot of the other Spike really didn't even have 4 or 5 shows in total. G4 really did have something every prime time, like something to show that wasn't just a rerun of a show that series that they had no hand in creating. Even if half the things they were showing were just game trailers and cutscenes from video games and reruns of X-Play and Attack of the Show. Next you have Lee Rurman, and this was so long ago that it's not really surprising that a couple people died. He died too. Let's see. He died from a blood clot. He did work on several movies and things, so it's not like they didn't do anything. Some of the people also went to BattleBots, and BattleBots was on ZDTV, so it's not surprising that some of them went back to the new BattleBots that was on ABC or CBS or whatever channel it was on. And actually, he has a pretty high list of doing something. 2016 was the last thing he did. But as far as G4, let's see. He was on Charmed in 2006. Like, I think this guy actually was more of a bit role character. He was also video game related, a voice in Dead Rising 3 and Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon. But yeah, I can't even find his listing as far as what he actually did at G4, but he had some kind of walk-on part. And so he's not even really someone I would recognize as being someone that was on G4. They barely got any what's the right word, celebrities on the show ever anyways, on the entire channel. Let's see. Let's go and equip this one. And then go ahead and sacrifice this one to draw a card and gain some life. Next wise, can I play both of these? I don't think I can. Probably could have just won this turn, but whatever. Next wise, we have an actual major celebrity. We have Alison Haleslip. She was a host of Attack of the Show, and what can we say? She left in 2011, and since 2011 she worked on several movies, none of which I could recognize. She was in Video Games the Movie as a commentator, which probably was just old footage, and Mega Shark versus Colossus. Yeah, no movies worth mentioning since 2011. Attack of the Show. She was also a American Ninja Warrior presenter with Blair Herter, which I believe she's married to him. She was on The Voice. See, she was a commentator on several Doctor Who things. So a real nerd character. There's lots of those that go around, and they really don't get anywhere as far as any coverage. She was in an episode of NCIS in 2014, Bones, BattleBots again. Let's see. BattleBots in 2018 as a guest judge. So, yeah, her biggest claim to fame really is that she's gotten to be a commentator, and she's gotten some bit roles as on Bones and NCIS for one episode, which is definitely not a lot of celebrity. And I will say, in general, just seeing the faces of some of these G4 people, like, it's definitely a blast for the past, and I do generally have positive associations with all these characters, like all the men and the females, as far as the hosts of G4. And I definitely remember staying up way too late, watching way too much of G4, and I was probably the only person that even had it, because I think I specifically set up dish satellite in my parents' house just so I could watch G4 as a channel. And I don't think I asked for permission either. I think I just called the company and said, we're installing dish. And that's it. And nobody complained about it. So I really pulled a fast one there. And they probably were paying a little bit more for dish satellite than they were paying for cable. But I don't think they would have cared. So the only real celebrity from G4, as we go down this rabbit hole, is Chris Hardwick. And he really didn't do anything so much on G4. But he was friends with a couple of people that worked at G4, and he showed up a couple of times. And he definitely pushes the idea of nerddom. If anything, I could think make a huge argument that he's kind of poisoned the nerd community a lot, because he pushed it towards what he wanted it to be, when in reality I think the nerd community was several smaller, very insular communities that were not nerd chic, and he definitely was upon that point of pushing out the fat, sweaty, neckbeard nerds and the Linux nerds and the computer nerds and the Dungeons and Dragon nerds. All of those original fans of that original generation, have now been pushed into the shadows for instead the artificial highlighting and celebration of nerd girls, a lot of which don't know anything about the material at all, and they're just pretending to be nerdy girls, and skinny, slightly good-looking people like Chris Hardwick. He saw an opening and took it to make it his own, and he made himself a big fish in a very small pond, and he arguably polluted the pond. Maybe he also expanded it a lot. Nerd chic is definitely a lot more popular and a lot more of a thing now, but I don't know if that really makes the community better. And of course that argument could even be applied to some of the things that they're trying to kind of retcon and rethink how Dungeons and Dragons is, and I imagine we're going to start seeing words like master and slave and those concepts removed from Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering, and it's just going to become this woke, we can't say or do anything offensive, and it's going to be watered down and boring. Big things about Chris Hardwick, he's a recovering alcoholic, sober since October 2003. Chloe Dykstra came out and did her accusations against him, and didn't really hurt his career in the long run too much. They hurt his career briefly in the short run, as he was suspended on these accusations. And Chloe Dykstra really only got popular because of Chris Hardwick's help, it seems. And that's how she got a sci-fi show on Heroes of Cosplay, which I thought that was kind of an interesting show, but it wasn't really being well written. As it wasn't supposed to be a scripted show, but it needed to be a scripted show, because it was definitely falling far too close to a real documentary, as in being very boring. Hardwick later on married a incredibly powerful, rich, movie producer's daughter, and he is kind of secretly now Hollywood elite, or at least as close as I imagine he would ever dreamed he could get. And so he's kind of untouchable. But then again, also, he's not really doing anything. His Nerdist podcast and the Nerdist Network, he stopped his contract with them. So he changed the name of his podcast to ID10T, which is a joke he repeats a lot as a IT code, because apparently at some point he was doing customer service IT, to error ID10T, which when you look at it spells the word idiot, is used to label the person using the computer as an idiot and user error, effectively. And that podcast has changed since the last time I heard it, in which his two friends seemingly don't ever show up on there, and the podcast is kind of a boring podcast in which you just have a boring kind of circle jerk conversation, very California-esque, very, yeah, I'm here to interview you and make you sound great, and that's it. I'm not going to ask any real questions or anything hard-hitting. Let's see. Let's keep on playing. Keep the pressure up and actually try and win here. As far as his filmography, Hardwick has done a lot. He was mostly famous. He was springboarded because he was in House of a Thousand Corpses. A lot of these other movies don't even have listings. And then he was in Halloween 2 between 2003 and 2009. And then he was in Lego The Adventures of Clutch Powers, which is a direct-to-video, I imagine, Lego movie. Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close. Apparently he did a bit role there. And then he was in the Lego Batman movie as Reporter 3 in 2017. Lego Ninjago movie as a radio DJ voice. And My Brother Peter short film. And let's see. Let's just point out that the allegations happened in 2018. And he's literally done nothing since the allegations as far as movies. And then he was in several MTV things, Singled Out, Mad TV. He was in a CSI episode. He was in Attack of the Show as himself, I guess maybe as a special guest host between 2008 and 2013. And then he was Web Soup, the host of Web Soup from 2009 to 2011. I think Web Soup did rerun on G4 at some point, or Spike. It's all the same production companies in the background. see, the Benson interruption is like a Doug Benson like YouTube TV series. I don't think it's actually TV. Did some voices for Scooby-Doo. He presented Talking Dead. Apparently Talking Dead is still going on. I didn't realize that. I thought The Walking Dead was over. But I guess he's talking Fear of the Talking Dead still. He was in the Legend of Korra. And then he was on the Nerdist podcast, which is being labeled as a TV thing, although maybe at some point for 18 episodes it was a TV thing. It was a video game high school. He did At Midnight on Comedy Central. He was on Garfunkel Notes. He was a voice in Family Guy. He was doing Talking Preacher, which Preacher definitely is over too. Doing a lot of talk shows after shows have already aired, and it's pretty stupid content. Although I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a ton of that. He was also in 4 episodes of Talking Saul. And then he was on the YouTube video game Dungeons & Dragons game Critical Role. And let's see, Robot Chicken in 2017. Talking with Chris Hardwick, which apparently is the new Talking show that is still airing. And then he was on America's Got Talent. And Whose Line Is It Anyway in 2019 as the season premiere. So the accusations came out in 2018. You can see he kind of did nothing for a whole year because of those accusations. An ex-girlfriend ruined him for a whole year. Now, in comparison to like the Amber Heard accusations and Johnny Depp that seems to be going on, I've been not paying a lot of attention to it, but it does seem like that is something that is much more going in the favor of Johnny Depp. But also I think there's been claims that Amber Heard has cost him millions of dollars, so even if he wins this lawsuit, he may have lost a lot more due to her just seemingly reprehensible behavior and accusations. But I guess Johnny Depp will probably be the new model of keeping the receipts and, to use a phrase, keeping all the evidence that is even slightly going to be potentially needed if somebody comes out and accuses you of things. Video game wise, he didn't do anything from this Futurama video game that I've never even heard of. Apparently it was an iOS Android game, Futurama Worlds of Tomorrow. He was uncredited. And then he did Vaughn for Borderlands 2 in 2019. And in Commander Lilith in the Fight for the Sanctuary DLC. And then he did Borderlands 3 as Vaughn, which I feel like Vaughn must have been voiced by somebody else originally. And oddly, when we get to that point, it does really just go to show that the most famous person from G4 is most famous from just being accused by Chloe Dykstra. Now, Chloe Dykstra, I don't believe actually worked ever at G4, and so here's her IMDb, and she's most known for Spider-Man 2, Drag Me to Hell, There Will Be Blood, and a movie called Diminuendo. And there's a long list here. If we were to scroll up, I guess in this case, She was on Pitch Off with Doug Benson, so both of them must have known Doug Benson. She was in House of Demons in 2018. So right about this time would have been when she made the accusation. She was in Demundo, and then Truly Outrageous, and Fungans and Flagons. She was in BoJack Horseman, Good Bellas, and then this year. So like kind of nothing recognizable. But before this point, like the main thing that Chloe Dykstra was accusing him of was that he was telling people that in the TV and movie industry to not do business with her, when probably I imagine people just didn't want to do business with her and get in the middle of a fight between an ex-boyfriend and an ex-girlfriend. I imagine it's just an unspoken agreement that you have to pick who you're keeping as a friend and cut the other person out. It's very hard to continue to do business equally with both parties. But yeah, looking at her IMDb, she never was really that famous. Even during the events of them dating. So her accusations kind of fell apart. But yeah, she was Chris Hardwick's girlfriend, and so she worked on some of the Nerdist stuff when Nerdist was propping him up. So she's really kind of complaining that she wasn't getting special treatment anymore because she was getting special treatment before, which is about the most white girl thing you could ever say and complain about. At the very least, I have to credit the #MeToo accusations as being things that people can relate to and say, yeah, that is awful. Next we have the most in bed with the video game industry, and you cannot really argue this once you look at his Wikipedia. Jeff Keighley, who runs the Video Game Awards, and he's also in the final hours of several of these productions, or he worked on or created the final hours of Portal 2, Mass Effect 3, Tomb Raider, Titanfall, and Half-Life Alyx. Here you have on TechRaptor, it's kind of cleaned up. In a column on Eurogamer, former journalist Robert Florence accused, I don't know why you would say former journalist, why not just call him a journalist? Like, even if he was dead, why don't you just say journalist, or not say anything at all, since, I mean, I guess he doesn't deserve, he's not big enough to deserve his own Wikipedia page, but you don't need to call him a former journalist. Accused Keighley and others of being in bed with the video game industry. The controversial piece was met with both praise and criticism and several changes made by its editor, Tom Brawell, due to legal action. So he sued. Basically. But yeah. It's not just Jeff Keighley, though. It's everybody. He made the Spike Video Game Awards, which was on Spike, which would have been G4. He was known for hosting the game Video Game Trailers.tv, which literally was a channel just showing the trailers, the advertisements. I mean, so from the word go, like his celebrity and famousness from G4 was an advertisement. And in all fairness, almost all of G4 was just one walking commercial for video games. And I was happy to watch that, frankly, because I was obsessed and in love with video games. Although, in all fairness, had I had more friends to talk with, had Facebook and things like that been more of a thing, I probably would have just decided instead to have a to join a video game group, which there's video game groups on Reddit and Facebook and Twitter, and talk about video games there. All of those are fairly annoying communities, but it would be better than just having a highly polished commercial shoved in your face for several hours a day. And I'm still listening to a lot of podcasts that are basically advertisements for video games. There was zero criticism at G4 except for XPlay, and if I went back and looked at half of the reviews on XPlay, if there was some way to see those episodes at all, that, I mean, they really should be online somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised if most games are just getting a 7.5 out of 10 or higher, like most mainstream video game journalism. Next we have Matt Myra, stand-up comedian, very funny in my opinion. I haven't heard of him doing anything lately there. He was on the Nerdist podcast, and apparently he's still a co-host, but I really haven't heard him. There was definitely one episode when I was listening to it where the third host and Chris Hardwick got into a bit of an argument, and that seemed like that was the end of their relationship kind of publicly, and they were just growing apart and having kind of an argument publicly. I don't know, which is not the way to do that. They should have had an internal conversation and then just not recorded a podcast or taken some time off. If anything, it kind of felt like Chris Hardwick was jealous of the fact that his co-host was getting a small bit of celebrity, even though Chris Hardwick was way more popular. But you can see he was a host segment / producer for Attack of the Show, and then he worked on the Nerdist, and then he was a writer at Midnight, and then he eventually wrote with the Goldberg. So at kind of this point in 2015, 2016, he broke away from doing something that was somewhere around Chris Hardwick or the Nerdist. And then now he's doing a 2017 After Track was the last thing he did. If we look at the Nerdist podcast, let's see. Jonah Ray is the other person that he wasn't on G4. And let's see. He is doing like the Netflix series, Mystery Science Theater 3000. He's like the host of that, and he had kind of a that's about it. 2015 is kind of the last thing he did, and it's either Wikipedia is just really bad at having up-to-date information, which they very well may be, or none of these people have worked in the past 3 years, which, even if you were a rich California person, I feel like that is just like a really unreasonable amount of time to not work. Like, and you can see here, as far as Jonah Ray, he basically did nothing. Apparently he was on XPlay for probably a couple episodes, but he's not really doing anything new. None of these people got any celebrity, and they all worked for at least a good decade, and it didn't happen. Now we're going to get into the realm of confusion, because there's two female presenters that were on Attack of the Show, and I kind of confused them in my head. I kind of like them both, but one of them is definitely a fake nerd and definitely is just doing like topless slave Leia pictures, cosplay pictures on Reddit, and or maybe even doing like an OnlyFans type thing. So Olivia Munn is here, and she co-hosted Attack of the Show from 2006 to 2010. And let's just see. There's a lot of pictures here. You can tell that she definitely works on her Wikipedia page a lot. So, like, she was on Scarecrow Gone Wild, and then something called National Lampoon Strip Poker, and then Date Night in 2010, Iron Man 2, Jedi Junkies, let's see, Magic Mike, Zoolander 2 in 2016, X-Men The Apocalypse as Psylocke. That's probably where she's mostly famous for. Office Christmas Party. She worked on the Lego Ninjago character as a voice. She was in Ocean's 8, The Predator. Let's see, Love, Wedding, Repeat, Violates the Gateway. So not really famous, but at the very least, I'd say Olivia Munn is still working. That's about all I can say, is that she has movies that happened in 2019 and 2020. Let's see. She was in New Girl. She was in Lip Sync Battle, RuPaul's Drag Race, America's Got Talent, Project Runway. Like, not so many nerd things on TV these days. She was in Chuck in 2010 for one episode. So yeah, I think Olivia Munn probably just wanted to be famous and wasn't so much of a nerd girl. Yeah, she was in a Babe of the Month non-nude pictorial in Playboy. So, but non-nude maybe a bit of a stretch too, because non-nude doesn't mean you're not in a bikini or low cleavage. She was an intern at the NBC affiliate in Tulsa. So she probably is the closest thing to a real story of someone actually making it somewhat big in Hollywood. And that is to say, you really didn't get that much success at all. But if you're living in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the odds of you making it in California are pretty much nothing anyways. Local TV channels have room enough for maybe 5 famous people to host the news for the next 3 decades, and that's about it. Like, let's see. Next, you have probably the most influential and powerful person, Kevin Rose. He invented dig.com, which eventually, I believe, got replaced with Reddit. He is kind of an angel investor. He had he co-founded Revision 3, which was a big like spin-off of Tech TV on the internet. He also co-hosted Tech TV's The Screensavers. And he just is like really, really rich. And he had his own little podcast that he would talk about what was on Dig for a long time. And then he eventually just got too busy and disappeared from public view, and that's kind of fine. He also got kind of old, so he was no longer, he was more looking like an old investor than a young like tech startup. if anything, I would say he's probably the equivalent of a good version of the Facebook founder. But also he kind of sold out, and Dig got changed, and Dig got ruined. And this has crashed, it seems. So then there's the main male lead, Kevin Pereira. Fairly funny guy, but kind of has disappeared. And boy, does he look really skinny by that. At some point, apparently, he co-hosted the political web show The Young Turks on February 4th, 2013, which The Young Turks is fairly... I think they're kind of liberal, but they're also kind of conservative. I couldn't even really tell you what their political leanings are. I just know that they're often weird. And they've kind of, I think, over the life of it, the Young Turks as a YouTube podcast has kind of shifted its focus on what it's talking about. Let's see. He was in a show called Hack My Life, which was on True TV until 2018. You can see he does not work on his Wikipedia page because it is just one giant bibliography. But yeah, really hasn't gone on to do anything else. Let's see. He was on MTV before that. Several of the MTV people went on to work at G4. And that's kind of the problem, I think, mostly with that went wrong with G4 is the fact that that when G4 merged and got funding, or when G4 was originally founded, I'm not even sure. There was clearly some production people that said, let's just hire a bunch of young people from the era of MTV and have them make a new MTV type channel, except for this time, instead of it being focused around music, it'll be focused around video games. And that did put a very MTV-like feel on the channel, which was in direct competition and conflict with the feel of Tech TV, which was more of a nerdy, adultish, computer-focused experience. Let's see, looking here to just see where we are with everything. See, since you have all of these new card backs, which these card backs are way more interesting than some of these other card backs, either these card backs are going away or these card backs are going on sale, and I'm just getting them when they're on sale on occasion, or I don't know, maybe at some point you're just going to get gifted these card backs. That would be kind of nice. Also, if you look here, the price on these are 4,000 gold and 600 gems, where the price on these other ones are 1,200 gems, and this is 8,000 gold. So they have cut the cost of sleeves in half. They probably should cut the cost of the pets in half too. I could also see some of these bundles going away because they're just cosmetics. Here you have 800 gems, 4,000 gold for 5 cosmetics, where previously it's 1,000, maybe 500, 1,400. It's all over the place with experiments in the cost. And see, we have 200 more gems that we need to get, and I think we'll pull that off. And once we pull that off, we would get, let's see, I believe a draft entry token, yes, 2 packs of cards we already have, 1 pack of cards we already have, pack of cards we already have, 8 cosmetics, a couple different pets, a card back, maybe a new avatar, I guess, and then some more orbs, mastery orbs. We don't have any orbs to place in the mastery tree, which it seems like we should. Yeah, it really goes to show that if you don't have the mastery set, you don't get it. Alright, to wrap up this rambling, since it's going on, here you have Morgan Webb. She was the main hostess of X-Play with Adam Sessler. She now works at Bonfire Studios in a production role. She's the only one, really, that I would say of the people working at G4 that was so directly and obviously a video game critic first. So it really kind of falls on her to go from that point of being a host for a video game review show to being hosts at a few video game trade conventions and presentations to now literally playing a production role in a video game company. She did take a decent amount of time, but I still think it's pretty unethical. I think if you ever are a video game critic, you can never work for a video game company. Or at the very least, maybe you can make an argument of starting your own company, but you can make a lot of nuanced arguments anyways. She did take quite a lot of time in between her last so like I think, let's see, she worked also as a consulting creative advisor for Activision Blizzard, and she hosted World of Warcraft discussion program, World of Warcraft Source. Let's see. And she worked from 2009 to 2013. So X-Play ended 1,300 episodes. Some of which I think were hour long. Many were like 30 minutes, 22 minutes long. So, yeah. 2013, she co-anchored Microsoft's nightly Xbox at E3 live streaming event, basically a couple months after that, from January to June. So she really didn't do much. I skipped a lot of people like Blair Herter because they just were not famous at all. So yeah, I would say Morgan Webb is probably the most obvious example of corruption there, and that's a pretty low example of corruption because she's been fairly obvious about it, and it hasn't really blown the blocks off of anybody. And then you have Adam Sessler, who I wish he was kind of working on more video games or continuing to be a producer of video game critic shows. So in 2013, Adam Sessler became editor-in-chief of and content producer for Rev 3 games, Revision 3, again, and that fell apart. And that was the one that had, let's see if we can find the guy that was eventually Me Too'd. He left video journalism in 2014 to become president of Theoryhead, a consultancy firm for entertainment and media. So he basically became a lobbyist and a consultant, or I guess a consultant. And he too, not really famous. And if you don't know who Morgan Webb or Adam Sessler is, that really just goes to show you how useless the entire channel and several side channels, not just Tech TV, not just G4, but also Spike TV, but also Revision 3, but also Dig.com. There's just a whole history of people trying to make nerd chic work. and it not really happening. Wasn't really until you hit Marvel movies making nerdom cool and Marvel comic books making geekdom cool that it even works. And the Sci-Fi Channel definitely may have helped a little, but it didn't really help a lot. Let's see. Here you can see at the end for Rev3 Games. Past hopes, Max Scoville, Scott Bowman, Anthony Carbonella. Discovery Digital Networks ended the operations of Rev3 Games on November 6, 2014, so he only ran it for maybe a year and a half for reasons that have not been discussed. And let's see if I can find any lists. I don't think it was Max Scoville, but his name is familiar. I don't think I saw most of this stuff either. I remember Sessler's something. That's when he was actually getting in front of the camera on top of being an editor-in-chief and basically killing himself. But it definitely just did not get off the ground and did not work well. And I don't know if that is specifically because Adam Sessler really wasn't qualified to be an editor-in-chief and a producer and the person in charge, because that's not really what he was doing as a host on X-Play. And so that is the long rabbit hole of G4. And it really is only an experience I think people who experience some of it will even have any relevance to or relationship to, and that is just me rambling more than anything for a very, very long time. And that brings me to the Humble Bundles store, and there's no new Humble Bundles. And then that company, Mountaintop Games, I wanted to see if they had worked on anything, and by the looks of their website, they have not, nor do I recognize any of the people in charge of it, so that is a new company that could do something big, but very possibly won't do anything big. And then that just brings me back to our my Twitter feed, and let's see if there's any new video game news. Otherwise, we are done for today. I'll have to play at least 2 more games off screen, and it seems like I'm consistently having to do things like that. And apparently Nightbot for YouTube. Here's something to mention. That is very interesting reference. There's going to be some scheduled maintenance for MTG Arena. There's maybe a few games that came out over the past 3 hours, but honestly it looks like just one game came out. Yeah, there's basically no news happening still. It does seem like that is still happening. It's 17 days apparently until the PC release of Fairy Tail is out. This Friday, YouTube Gaming will be answering your questions regarding the tools and features gamers use on their channels. You can submit questions here leading up to the event, which apparently they're doing an AMA, but I don't know if it's actually on Reddit. Not that maybe there's something there to say, but it's not like YouTube listens to YouTube Gaming or YouTube Gaming would listen to the creators. Anyways, so I wanted to point this out. Nightbot doesn't even have a background image. Nightbot for YouTube is down to a YouTube API issue. The last time it tweeted was May 16th. So, like, compare that to Twitch support, which is constantly mentioning errors and that it's down, and then it's saying it should be back up. You have May 16th. The next one is we should be back online on Twitch on April 29th, and then it's December 16th. Nightbot just works as a little API program, and it doesn't flood anybody's Twitter feed just because it isn't working, which that is appreciable, certainly. Very, very appreciable to not have to constantly hear how Twitch has dropped the ball yet again. Let's see. It does seem to me like what they've done here is they've put a little post here that you can then just post your comments. So there's like 34 comments or replies from 7 hours ago. Yep. The things that would fix YouTube would fix YouTube gaming also. There's not too much special as far as YouTube gaming that needs to happen, other than the fact that I think YouTube gaming content should be treated a little bit more fairly, or maybe even treated a little bit better than other videos. Like, in all honesty, they wouldn't do terrible if they highly prioritized gaming streamers over just chatting streamers or conspiracy streamers or political streamers. If they just tried to push people a little bit more to watch video game and entertainment in general content, it'd probably be better for the whole world. But that would definitely be editorializing your algorithm, which they already do. And it definitely often feels like they do it in the opposite direction, in which gaming streamers, regardless of how much work and how many views and how much success they have, they never get their due rewards compared to some prank channel that can just get one viral video and get millions of subscribers. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. I have exactly 300 megabytes left on my hard drive. If you want a friend or follow me, yeah, I already mentioned that. If you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon. At some point, I think I'll probably get kicked off of Patreon, as I think everybody will. Or you can, but support me now if you can. And then, or you could just friend me on Steam and get me a gift card or a game off my wish list, which would be very helpful. That's it for the stream. As always, thank you for watching.